Hello everybody, welcome back. We are on the Alpha to Omegas today. Kind of wanted just to look at our future in Tech 8. We already know from previous analysis of our income that we should be able to afford a faction battleship at Tech 8 by the time we get there. We're probably 2 months away. Given the amount of extra SP that we've been given through events and things, we're probably about 2 months from Tech 8. Hey Aizen, welcome! How you doing today? So I wanted to look at sort of what kind of ships we're looking at here. Because we really do have a really open choice here. Yeah, definitely earlier today. I've got today and tomorrow off, so I'll probably do streams on both days. So we have, when we step up into Tech 8 and battleships in general, we're gonna have a decent amount of options for what ship we want to step into. By the time we hit Tech 8, we should be somewhere around like 3.5 billion ISK from the Concord Pass, which we could either choose to just save that and keep Omega going longer earlier on, and we stay with the Prophecy for Tech 8, which is the most cost efficient, I would think. Or we go into a faction battleship and really slam out missions. The faction battleships that we are likely to have access to are going to be the Rattlesnake, the Macarial, the Malgorn, the Nightmare, and the Vindicator. I doubt we'll be able to afford something like a Barghest or a Nestor or anything like that. It would be really cool if we could get into like a Cobra eventually, but it's not really necessary. If we get into a faction battleship at Tech 8, that means we'll have access to Dormant Realm level 2, um, which will give us a significant increase in income every week for our 4-hour alphas. Hey, how you doing? Welcome. Welcome. So that's kind of the thought process I've got going on in the background right now, trying to plan for Tech 8. I'm thinking the best way for me to do this is to get into the battleship, so that way we can slam through missions much quicker, along with having access to Dormant Realms. We'll also have all of our characters currently have the battleship nanocore available to it for faction battleships. While we won't be able to do a thermomagnetic storm, unfortunately, we can do like the Dark Halo or the Ascension core, which are both still pretty good cores. But we really have quite a flexible choice on what faction battleship we want to go into when we hit Tech 8. The income that we're currently receiving is going to put us at a point where we can afford pretty much any of the basic faction battleships other than the Nestor and the Vargas. So if you have a suggestion on what I should do or what I should go for, I might put up a poll on YouTube to show off what we're going to be, what our options are. I think that would be awesome. Yeah, we're going to be running some anomalies today and stuff. I wonder how that Nitro is going, Snoopy. Sarah, whatever I call you. Yeah, I was interested to see what you think about the Nitro. You say it works great, but I want more details. Dang, you're running into Malphite. Nice. How'd you manage that? Is it just, is it just going really fast? Speed tanking? So another reason why I want to get into a faction battleship, specifically the Rattlesnake, I would say, is because we were given 5 of these Compass Sentinels as part of the event, and I feel like the Rattlesnake would just work so well with that. Nice. That looks really good, Snoopy. That's really tanky too for a destroyer. 500 DPS on small torpedoes is really good. Yeah, I like those newer destroyers. They look really awesome. Yeah, there are no Tech 8 battleships. They are all battle cruisers at Tech 8, and Tech 9 is battleships. The only battleships you can access at Tech 8 are the faction ones. Yeah, I always found it weird. I feel like they should. I feel like they should really adjust, like, the tiering system for ships. Because if you're able to fly battlecruisers, you should be able to fly, like, all of the battlecruisers other than, like, a few of them. Hey, welcome! Welcome back. Man, we got so many people here today. Nice. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and grab our encounters. Oh, shoot. The new 20-minute timer is really nice. I will give it that. Because we're able to get a lot of missions. And we got a lot of good missions today. That's awesome. Oh, what's so strange about flying the Nitro? Yes. The last update, not this week, but last week, they changed them to 500 kilometers. So rats will now chase you out to 500 kilometers, and they will not warp back unless you go back to the center. Dang, that's a really good stab. Yeah, they can also target you at that range as well. So, if you're up against like carriers and stuff like that, they will be able to target you that far out. Okay, let's just go ahead and get our. Yeah, sometimes I question where some bonuses come from as well. And I can't wait for the next, like, major event or whatever. Because we are so close to getting our Lancer Dreadnoughts that we're going to transfer over to these alphas as a congratulations for reaching Tech 10. I think that'd be awesome. Alright, let's go ahead and set up our fleet. I really wish I had Omega already, because I could have grabbed the
Autopilot engaged.
the Kanyu and just
Undocking.
drop myself wherever. So I'm gonna transfer the Lancer Dreadnoughts from my main character over to the Alphas as a sort of reward to myself, I guess, for bringing these characters up to Tech 10.
Warp drive active.
But they have to reach Tech 10 first before I do that.
Warp drive active.
Man, it was great. I slept for like 12 hours today. I don't do that often anymore. But when I have 2 days off in a row, at least one of those is gonna be a long sleep.
Warp drive active. Destinate docking request accepted.
Oh. Realized what I've done. I should have just walked to foreign and not the foreign federal.
Undocking.
Fleet warp.
I believe I have all of my battle settings correct, so yeah, we'll be fine.
Warp drive active.
What's going on, Snoopy? Ooh, nice. Having a bunch of C-type torpedoes is so good. Uh-oh. Dang. 49 million for C-type small torpedoes? That's ridiculous, man. Well, I'm glad you got your hands on them. Sounds like you've been looking for them for a while.
We're under attack.
Wow. And yet I can buy large C-types for like 5 million. Okay, so you've been looking for a couple of days at least.
We're under attack. We're under attack. Shield damaged.
Wow, they really are slapping my ships around here. Ooh, 100 each? Dang. What is going on with the small module market, man?
warp.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, that is more expensive than barreled missiles on capitals. What is going on with that low-end market? Yeah, you got a good deal if that's what they're going for. That's crazy. So theoretically, I should be able to be like really close to purchasing
Ships detected.
the faction battleship at the end of next month for the new Concord Pass when we get that one. I mean, it's not the worst idea, but I don't know how the new insurance changes are going to affect the cost on some of those.
We're under attack. Enemy ships detected.
I think it was like the really expensive the expensive integrated rigs are only at like 50%.
Shield damaged.
50% insurance. Go ahead and get my repair going.
Fleet warp.
1,100 IP is not bad for the Nitro.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
I consider the Nitro sort of like a faction battleship, so it's gonna have that higher IP cost just because it's a specialty ship. So 1,100 is not bad. I know it's a destroyer, but even my alphas I think can replace that if it died. No, they'll be close. Yeah, they're all pretty close to being able to do that.
We're under attack. Shield damaged.
I wish I had gotten the nanocore for my other two prophecies, just
Enemy ships
out of
detected.
sheer luck when we were rolling the gotcha. It would have been really nice to have that extra, like, 75 DPS or something like that. Yeah, the Concord frigate is a monster when it comes to cost. But it gets the same treatment as the Marshal. Where are you? Faction, there you are. The Pacifier is such a good faction frigate. I mean, the fact that it gets sniper modules and tactical, the repair module, is insane. There's no reason for it to have access to the repair module.
Enemy ships detected.
If I was a frigate pilot, the
We're
only
under
ship I would be
attack.
flying with the Pacifier right now. I'm hoping they eventually create, like, a Concorde destroyer, because that would be a lot of fun. Especially if it had, like, the rapid fire module on it. Which it should, if they ever create one. Because I want to see a destroyer with, like, over 1,000 DPS. Concorde destroyer. Did I miss it? No, there's no faction destroyer, so there's no Concorde destroyer. Oh, well, I guess technically it's that one. The Allegiance. Yeah, that's right. Does it get rapid fire? No, of course it doesn't. I completely forgot about the Allegiance. Poor thing.
Fleet war.
That's why I probably forgot about it, because it was just, like, wasn't as good as I was hoping.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, your fit is pretty great. I like it. Especially since it's working in Malphite. Got my Concord cast stuff. I really should just leave my one armor repair running in the background. It's not necessary for me to turn on and off. So the only Concord ship we don't have is a battlecruiser and a supercarrier, right? And a dreadnought. Do we have a Concord?
Enemy
No,
ships
we definitely don't have a Concord battlecruiser. Yeah, it can be really rough going through some of those anomalies in Malphite, especially since you have those gates that warp you to 0. But of all the ships that could handle it, destroyers are probably the best option for it. Just because they can get up and moving pretty quickly before they get locked onto.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. Shield damaged.
Oh yeah, scanners will really save you, letting you know if there's people in the system.
We're under attack.
You think we're ever gonna get the Tech 3 cruisers? I do hope so, but I also know they're quite dangerous for the game itself since in EVE Online, a couple of them are immune to scanning.
Fleet war.
Which ship do you want to get your hands on?
Warp drive active.
Ashimir Logistic, yeah. That would be probably in an update with the special ships, like we had a long time ago. Okay, this one has completed all of its missions.
We're under attack.
Almost 2 million, but that's still about 200 or 300,000 more than what we used to do. The closest thing to a battleship lodging you have is the Nightmare. I have seen people also use the, Valgorn as a lodging. It used to be really common. Yeah, I guess the Nestor as well. So you've got 3 options.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack.
Yeah, no other ship has the drone bonus, but that shouldn't stop you from using them. And get an extra repair cycle in here. Tenyu is a battle cruiser, so that doesn't work. Or is it the Wangyu you're talking about? Or the Lucent, which is carrier, force auxiliary. Wangyu, probably what you're referring to. Okay, yeah, the Tenyu Logi. Which was such a disappointment, let me tell you. The Tenyu Logi was probably the worst ship that they've released in a long time. You know, all the way down here, just to get this thing as a reward. With the same bonuses, but weaker, just overall. It's an okay Logi, but no one would fly that over some of the other Logis that actually exist. Yes, large drones are a huge bonus for it.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, the Sun Chaser bonus to it has made it a lot better. Honestly, I think all of the Yongjung ships having the Sun Chaser engine is beautiful. It is literally the best thing they've ever done. It's honestly too bad that, like, the Praxis and stuff doesn't get it either. It's just the Yongjung ships. I would have loved if the Sisters of Eve ships had the Sun Chaser engine as well.
Gun
Dang, 1,388 every 8 seconds is really good. Yeah. Tap stable is huge.
Detected.
That's a huge bonus to be tap stable.
We're under attack.
Ooh. New EVE Online update. That they're testing. Looks like it's a visual update they're working on.
We're under attack. Fleet war.
Yeah, it's definitely time to upgrade that Nano Sword to Gold. If you haven't
Warp
already.
drive
Just
active.
get the extra bonuses. Even if you don't use the actual AI function, just having it is more than enough. Unfortunately, they really have not changed that in EVE Online either. They've updated the graphics, but not the audio or anything else. I don't know, it's sort of a nostalgic feeling now. But that's also kind of the reason why I have music off in half of my videos, is because I'm so tired of hearing the same combat music over and over and over again. I would really love it if they would add a feature to select, like, what music you want to use for combat and what music you want to use for, like, just flying around or in station. Because they have so many events that had such good music, and we should really be able to listen to that in game more often at our own choice. Yeah, so far I think there's only been, what, 2 Lucent Moon cores?
Enemy ships detected.
Or are we up to 3 now? Yeah. Yeah, I really should just do like a royalty-free music app or something like that and listen to that. But I'm just not dedicated enough to that. I don't mind listening to the in-game music,
Fleet
but when I get
mode.
tired of it, I'm just gonna turn it off.
Warp drive active.
Man, the Prophecy is just such a comfortable ship to fly at Tech 7. You better win. If not, oh well.
We're under attack.
Yeah.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack.
But, yeah, you don't want your Vincent Moon to blow up, though. That'll be expensive.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack.
Has anybody been flying the new super carriers yet? Has anybody seen anybody flying them? I know they're gonna be pretty well guarded, the systems that they can be built in. Oh, you gotta post some of those kill mails.
Fleet mode.
It's always fun seeing, like, what happened to somebody.
Warp
Oh,
drive
man.
active.
Lots of people buying those 80%, huh? Unfortunately, that's what I'm gonna need for when I build the 1 trillionth battleship. Do you realize I'm gonna have to liquidate all of my assets in order to build a 1 trillionth battleship? Yeah, 40 billion is nothing if you're flying a super. That's like a day worth of work. If that.
Enemy ships detected. Enemy ships detected.
Dang. 16 billion in Ethereum. For a bad day?
Under
That's
attack.
that's awesome. Even a bad day is still a
Shield
good.
damage. Fleet rule.
Aw, he popped.
Warp drive active.
So do the new 80% rigs require 12 or 14 or 16 of the individual rigs? It's 12, right? Yeah, I think it's 12.
Enemy ships detected.
So the fun thing about when we hit Tech 8, um, when we hit Tech 8, I'll have access to all of the Lazarus units that we've been given over the past year or so, and that will allow me to reset all of my skills and put it into battleship skills at Tech 8. So whatever we do,
Under attack.
we need to do it where it's kind of future-proofing us. like if we want to stay drones, then going into large drone skills early on is probably the better call. Because after a while we can swap up to the Dominix Navy issue instead of flying the Rattlesnake. Or we could fly the Cobra. Which, by the way, if anyone has any good, like, Cobra fits that they're really enjoying that are really high DPS, let me know. Cobra or Rattlesnake, either one. If you have, like, a really high DPS Rattlesnake or Cobra, just link it in the Discord. I want to see it. Oh yeah. Yeah, I have enough to do that. I just don't have the thermomagnetic storm cores to do it right now. And I'm not Tech 10. So
Fleet warp.
we'll be flying the Rattlesnake most likely. Unless you guys choose to go with like any of the other faction battleships instead.
Warp drive active.
Up until we hit Tech 10. And then at Tech 10 we'll have access to the Lancer Dreadnoughts and whatever Navy battleship. Okay, I will be back in just a minute.
We're under attack. Enemy ships detected.
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, 3 Dominix Navies with cores would be good. 3 Rattlesnakes with cores would also do it quite well.
Enemy ships detected.
And that's part of the reason why I really want to get
We're
into
under attack.
running the Rattlesnakes at Tech 8. We can seriously increase our income
We're under attack.
at Tech 8 by doing that. Yeah, there are some wild Cobras out there that I've seen. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot going on with the Cobra. So that's also an option if we wanted to stay with the Rattlesnake. style of ship, we can go into the Cobra at Tech 10 or Tech 9.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
If we have enough money by the end of Tech 9. I don't know if we will, though. It might be easier for us to buy 2 rattlesnakes and build the Cobra than it will just be outright buying the Cobra.
We're under attack. Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Yeah, the Cobra requires expert skills, so it's a little rough to try to get into. The 500% launch drone damage is so good.
Shield damaged.
It also gets the bomb launcher, which I completely forgot about. But if we ever do AI on our... If we ever do AI mining,
Enemy ships detected.
when we hit Tech 8, I think we could fund all of the bombs for that bomb launcher on the Cobra. Not sure if it would be worth it, though.
We're under attack.
Yeah, yeah.
Fleet warp.
Yes, they are for Null, but I think we
Warp
can
drive
also use them
active.
in Dormant Realm, can't we? Or is it locked out like the, Lancer module? Probably not.
Enemy ships detected. Enemy ships detected.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you are someone who is playing Deep Echoes, you really should consider having a um, second account. Not necessarily a second character, but a second account with a character on that, so you can do multi-boxing, or so that way you can have like a character running AI while
Warp
the
drive
main
active.
character is doing whatever you want to do. It'll also give you access to having more fuel, more planetary resources. In general, you're gonna be getting a large increase from having one character compared to having like 3 or 4. You'll get the most increase from having a second character compared to having a third or fourth character. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people have a second character just so they can open silos in a system and jump to them. But that's not even necessary anymore if you're flying a ship with the Sunchaser engine in it.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Like, Lucent Moon getting the Sunchaser engine completely makes that, like, not necessary. If that's all you're gonna be flying.
Shield damaged.
Yeah. It really is too bad that Hubris doesn't have the Sunchaser access. But it's probably a good thing as well. I really consider the Hubris like a prototype bodyguard dreadnought. It's what they first wanted to do to help defend dreadnoughts from smaller ships by giving them fighters, but in the end they ended up changing it over to the Seaways coastal weapon system. I love it. I love that Hubris kind of turned into the bodyguards. Yeah, I don't know if they're ever gonna have like an actual module for Sunchaser. It's just kind of baked into the machine, into the ships themselves, as like a ship trait, kind of.
Fleet Warp.
Warp drive active.
We're under attack.
Yeah, the only module that I want to see come to game right now is the... Ooh, look at that. That's a good bounty tick there. 2.1 million. That's super good compared to what we've been
Enemy
doing.
ships detected.
And we're just gonna let these run here for a minute. grabbing all new missions here, trying to create a new high-tech island.
We're being warp scrambled. We're under attack.
Yeah. Yeah, let us know. A lot of us want a Hubris. I'm still having such a hard time debating between going with a Hubris or going with a Fane. I think my alphas would do better with a Fane if we only go missiles. But if I'm looking to put them in a carrier or something, then the Hubris might be a better option. Yeah, at some point, it might be a good idea to let go of some of those ships, especially if you haven't flown them in like 2 years. I think that's a reasonable thing to look at. But I do get it.
Fleet warp.
Perimeter. Perimeter.
Warp drive active.
Perimeter. Well, that's good. Glad you're actually flying them and not letting them sit around. Yeah. I mean, the Karura is a great choice. I don't think you can get a better Lancer Dread than the Karura. Especially since everything on it just works so well. The only reason I would really go with the Vane is because I already have the Phoenix Bodyguards, and I'd rather have a ship that looks visually different.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
I do really like the look of the Revelation Dreadnoughts, and so I know I would like the Vane for its looks. But since it can use missiles, I don't have to worry about the skills. And we'll get bonuses from our previous skills that we had. No, unfortunately, I don't think I'll be waiting for that.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
I think the Karura is
We're under attack.
pretty close to what we would consider a Phoenix Navy, and And or the bodyguards would be considered like a Phoenix Navy as well. I don't think they will actually bring a Phoenix Navy ship. It just wouldn't. I don't think it would fit that well within the group. Group Striker, yeah. I think they do need to look into those ships that got forgotten. Like, why do we not have, like, a drone-based striker ship? We could totally have had, like, a Dominic Striker. Alright, let's go ahead and
Autopilot
get these
engaged.
ships over to perimeter. If I had the Sun Chaser engine, this would
Warp
take
drive active.
about 15 seconds. Instead, now it's going to take 30 or 45. I mean, there's really two ships that I'm looking forward to seeing in the game, actually like 3 or 4, but the Marauders,
Shield
I
damaged.
absolutely want a Marauder in-game. Or we could look for something like Concord
Warp drive
Dreadnought
active.
would be nice. I think the Cyan is a great choice, but it's not the same as a Dreadnought.
Shield damaged.
Destination reached.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
Since Cyan exists, and it looks like a normal aircraft carrier, like a modern aircraft carrier, you could probably safely assume that the Dreadnought version of the Cyan would look like something similar to the Iowa class battleship or a Yamato class battleship. As a design influence. Yes, the tactical destroyers from EVE Online would be really nice to see.
We're
All
under
of the Tech
attack.
3 ships would be really nice to have right about now.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Yeah, I would prefer the Jackdaw out of all the tactical destroyers. I think the Jackdaw is definitely the one that I would love. Baller definitely needs love. Hell, so does the Rupture. The Rupture also needs love.
Enemy ships detected.
So, the reason why they're feeding us Dreads and Carriers right now is because that's where most of the player base is. if the entire player base decided to only play, like, battle cruisers for over a year, we would see NetEase decide that they were going to put out more ships at that level. I wouldn't call everyone, the large majority of players that are playing capital ships cheaters. I really don't think so.
Fleet War.
But you know how funny it would be if the entire player base decided, you know what, don't play
Warp drive
anything
active.
larger than a battleship for a year. And watch what NetEase does. Yeah, I know exactly what they would do
We're
too.
under attack.
They would just put out content for battleships, or cruisers, or battle cruisers, so they could make their money.
We're under attack.
Yep. Yep, $300 battleship cores could probably become a thing.
Enemy ships detected.
I know their game. I know how they work. It's no different from any other gacha game. Man, you know how sad I am that they removed the recruiter logo thing from the marshals? That was such a horrible change. They should have left that on there.
Enemy ships detected.
That was such a cool little, like,
We're under attack.
nod at players who had done that. Because realistically, the people who put in that kind of money to get the Marshall and put the AI core and the gold core probably deserve to be called a recruiter whether it's true or not. And just have it on there as sort of a flex. And if NetEase really wanted to provide something cool to their content creators, they could provide like
Warp drive
a
active.
ship skin or something that said, like, creator on it or something like that. Or a CC skin, content creator skin. It's not a whole lot, but it would definitely be really cool. I feel that.
We're under attack. Shield damage.
I think they said they were working on that problem. I don't know how long it'll be before they actually condense all of them, but I believe I did see in one of the patch notes that they recognized that as a problem,
We're under attack.
or like a Q&A. I think it was a Q&A that they recognized that as a common problem.
Enemy ships detected.
What decision are you trying to make? Oh, a Dragon Core on the cruisers. What cruisers do you want to happen on?
Fleet war.
And is it a Dragon Chant core, or is it the more recent one, I can't even remember
Warp
what it's
drive
called.
active.
So a Chameleon or a Drestia? I've seen more people have success in a Chameleon than they have the Adrestia. Yes, that's the one. Dragon Soar. Or Soaring
We're
Dragon.
under attack.
If it's the Soaring Dragon, I would go Chameleon all the way. Dragon Scale. I think that still goes to the Chameleon, because the Dragon Scale, if I remember correctly, is a pretty tanky core for that thing. I'm a little bit biased because I like drones and missiles, but I don't feel like the Adrestia would get enough use out of this scale Dragon Core.
We're under attack.
Yeah, I should be trying to speed.
Enemy ships detected.
And guess what all of those are? Very tanky.
We're
ships.
under attack.
So the chameleon would only make sense. The Stratios is a little bit of an outlier there. It's not necessarily tanky, but I remember it getting good bonuses from the Dragon Scale Horn. So yeah, my personal opinion would be Chameleon. You would boost its already great defenses much higher, along with having the extra scram and whatever strength.
Fleet war.
Warp drive active.
We're under attack. We're under attack. Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Yeah, when you do that, any ship is going to be really tanky. But when you do that with something that has prior bonuses to, like, shield resistance, it's going to be significantly better than what you can do on any normal ship.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
It's okay. Your name is not the same as it is in game, so it doesn't matter who you are. They're just gonna have to guess what you have anyway. It's not like me where I'm a content creator and you can see literally everything I do, because I really hate it when people actively hide their modules because, oh my god, it's such a big deal. I get in a PvP scenario where you're trying to have some element of surprise and have a hand up on somebody,
Fleet
but
war.
it won't matter whether they know what you have or not. If you're going to die to them, you are
Warp
going to
drive
die to
active.
them. Yeah, definitely some ships, the rigs, are way more expensive than the ship itself. EVE Online has a very perfect
We're
example
under
of that.
attack.
If you've ever seen, like, any of the T5 or T6, Abyss, Helas, the rigs itself and the modules themselves are like 90% of the value of what that replacement cost is. The ship itself is like
Enemy ships detected.
300, 250 million, but all of the rigs and modules on those ships are like 4 or 5 billion ISK. And that's why they get ganked coming out of their T6 filament.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Although I do think that filament ganking has gone down quite a lot since they made the changes to where you can activate filaments. Oh, I hate when I put in the wrong integration. I've done that once. I have absolutely done that before. I accidentally put in a prototype rig instead of the level 3 rig, and I was so upset. It was just like, well, there goes 500 million ISK. Because now I gotta rip it out of this socket.
Fleet war.
Warp drive active.
it's funny, playing with these alpha characters, it really makes me appreciate how much income I am making on my Tech 10 characters. And how much more comfortable all of my ships are compared to what alphas can do. If we were planning on keeping these alphas at Tech 7 for all eternity, I would have considered trying to make these prophecies the most expensive ship that I could. Oh god. What were you looking at in the market? The integrated rigs?
Enemy ships detected.
Oh god, for a chip? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, you were asking earlier, what does a aerospace implant cost? Where is it? And it would be really good for me to have the aerospace implant. 2.4 billion? That's not bad. I think that's not bad at all. I think that's a reasonable cost for that implant.
Fleet War.
Alright.
Warp drive active.
Mom! I'm on the tablet! Mom! You might be able to.
We're under attack. We're under attack. Enemy ships detected.
Man, I'm sitting here thinking, if I made a high-tech corporation, and we were all just running missions every day and doing mining or whatever people were doing, you really could probably fund a Tech 9 battleship every single month for everybody in the corporation. I mean, they're really just not that expensive for battleships. You can also choose, like, maybe 1 month everybody gets, like, a faction cruiser or something. I don't know. I think it would be cool if someone had something like that. But you would have to have a full corporation with... I think you would only need like 2% tax rate if you have a full corporation.
We're under attack.
And then people can just take those, and they can go and eat them.
We're under attack. Shield damaged.
Oh, Blueprint is 1.8 billion for that. Oof. For a mothership chip.
Fleet
Oh, I
lost.
think that's something that Eve Echoes is missing is a high-sec
Warp
alliance
drive active.
or something like that. Something to get people into the game and into a corporation or alliance learning the game and make it so it's not like horrible for new players. Give them something to look forward to. Or something to buffer their accounts. Oh yeah. No, it would absolutely be cheaper if I could get an experimental aerospace implant from a chest. Is that even available on any of them? Or is it Bombard that's the only one? Because if I can start... Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even if... Like, say a new player gets into the game, and they're just learning the game, you
Enemy
could
ships.
give them a pre-set up, like, destroyer
We're
or something.
under attack.
Or you can give them a pre-set up venture. Yeah, I mean, you could absolutely drag them along with you, and they can just sit in a pod or something.
Enemy ships detected.
Although that's not the best way to do that. I'd rather somebody try to teach about what's going on and show them what's going on so they can do it themselves. But if all they need is a few million ISK and you can drag them on one Tech 10 encounter to get them that, do it. Just help them out.
We're under attack.
Get them into the game. Get them enjoying it. Three cores, which is 600 million each. Jeez. Yeah. Something I used to do a lot, which I haven't done in a long time because I'm not mining as much anymore.
Fleet
When I
lost.
was sitting in foreign and anytime someone came through that was like Tech 3, Tech 5, Tech 1, and they
Warp
had
drive active.
an Omega account active, I would just send them like 10 million ISK to get them going. But you still have a gold implant box? Oh my god. What are you doing with your life? You should have activated that long ago.
We're under attack. Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
So for an instant 28 billion, it sounds right about good to me. I don't think you can get a whole lot of easy ISK options like that. Now, I don't know what you remember paying for that box, because maybe the ISK is not equivalent to what you paid in Aurum.
Enemy ships detected.
You'll have to figure that out. Oh, you paid nothing, okay. Then yeah, the ISK is worth it. Mola. What? Oh, was it that RNG star system thing that you're talking about? Yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
Fleet war.
You know how nuts it
Warp
is
drive
for me to
active.
be sitting here and have one character at 1 billion ISK, another character at 700 million ISK, another character at 300 million ISK, and just like, all it really is just doing the Concord Pass every week and every month. The reason these other two characters are so low is because they had to go all the way to Pity on the Nanocore Exchange thing. Nanocore Collection. So they had to get 60 keys in order to get those
We're under attack.
nanocores. How horrible.
We're under attack.
But they'll catch up at the end of this Concord Pass. this character in the top left has to rebuy the Omega Flex. So I'm just kind of waiting to see if we get another one of those
We're under attack.
Flex events or whatever where it'll refund Flex and it'll drop the price of Flex. Right now it's really high. I used up the Flex that we were going to have for this character in the top left. In order to get them to Tech 7 the same day as the other two. And maybe I should not have done that, but I was really impatient and it's paid off so far. I've been enjoying flying the Prophecy, so pretty happy there.
Enemy ships detected.
Oh, a new rank season, huh? I might do some ranked, I don't know. If all I'm gonna do is just grind to Elite, I might do it on stream. That was pretty fun last time. Maybe this time I can get you in there and we can really tank some enemies. What do you normally do, Azim? I can't remember what you play.
Fleet move.
Warp drive active.
No, I'm talking about what characters, Azim, on mobile.
We're under attack.
I couldn't remember what you said who you normally played as. Because if you're like a fighter normally, then I can bring Estes and just turn you into an absolute tank. Oh yeah. We can turn Fadang into a tank. He's one of the better ones to do that with.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
See, what are we sitting at right now for defense? That's not bad for a very minimal tank. What do you think about that? It's like almost all DPS. We have one tank module here.
Enemy ships
Yeah, that's the main reason why I chose the Prophecy, is because of those natural resistances, means I can put more DPS. What if, when we get to Tech 8, we do like 2 rattlesnakes and a nightmare?
Fleet.
Hey, Jenner, welcome. Good to see you.
Warp drive
I wonder if
active.
that would be worthwhile. I don't need it yet. We've got to get to Tech 8 first. I'm just kind of playing around with some of the ideas and builds that we can do at Tech 8. We're going to be flying faction battleships at Tech 8, which means we also will be doing Dormant Realms at Tech 8. So I wonder if it would be worthwhile having a Nightmare and 2 other ships. Like a Nightmare and 2 Rattlesnakes.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
That sounds pretty good. It sounds a lot like the PvP event that EVE Echoes or EVE Online has, where it's only the standard ships and modules. You can't have anything faction. T2 or T3, you can't have those either. Yeah, definitely sounds like it would be a good event. Unfortunately, I think that would invite a very meta-based ship, which would be
Enemy ships detected.
the Slasher or the Rupture. Oh my god, what just hit that ship? Look at all of you. Yeah, probably don't need that module anymore.
Fleet war.
Yeah. Yeah, I think getting a bunch of
Drive
people
active.
together and going mining together is a lot of fun, especially if you can do like a voice chat and just talk to each other while you're doing it. It is unfortunate that in high sec, all of the belts just take like 2 minutes to deplete.
We're under attack. Enemy ships detected.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, something like that just eats through all of the things in the system. So it needs to be on its own if it's in high sec. Even the Orca kind of destroys high sec mining.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
14
We're
meters.
under attack.
14,000 cubic meters, that's more like it. Yeah, I really did enjoy having the Orqual and the Orca in high sec. But I have not needed them in a long time. I'll eventually get myself back
Warp
into like
drive
an Orca
active.
or Orqual. I just don't know when that's gonna be. The Orqual does make a really good tank. The problem when you bring a Rorqual to a fight is usually they're gonna drag Dread to deal with it.
Enemy ships detected.
If you're looking to bait
We're
a
under
Dreadnought
attack.
onto the field, a Rorqual is the perfect ship to bait them with. After that, it would be a super. Dreadnoughts usually end up dragging carriers onto the field in response to them. I don't really know why that happens. It's just how it does. Yeah, I have a whole video with that.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. It's mostly a drone boat. I think we need, like... You know how we have, like, the Nereus combat, or whatever it is, the combat haulers? Why do we not have, like, a Rorqual combat, or a Navy issue Rorqual? What the hell?
Fleet war.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, we can just... It could just be less mining focused and more fleet protection focused. Or like a Rorqual Guardian or something like that would be cool. I think that would fit more along the lines of what they would do with it. Don't need that.
We're under attack.
Not only is it really cool that it kind of transforms, but it also has one of the best sounds in the game. There's nothing that sounds better than the end of a Rorqual's seal mod.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah, I was really hoping when the dreads, um, when they got their showdown mode, I thought we would have like a similar situation where you have green, yellow, and red for the activation time,
We're under
and it
attack.
would make noises for each one. That would have been really cool.
We're under attack.
Taking some damage. It's okay.
We're under attack. Armor damaged.
That's exactly why I run that armor command burst. That way I can offset some of that damage with an extra 8% resistance.
Fleet warp.
Okay. Do we do one more system worth of missions?
Warp drive active.
I think so. Nope, not that one. Not that one. Yes, that one.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah, I need something, I guess. But I do like the setup I have now, that where I can show off chat plus have all three of these on screen. I think it might be a bit crowded if I have 4. And I would not get that much of a bonus from having 4 characters. It'd be somewhere around like, I think it's like a 13 or a 17% increase in income if I go up to a 4th character. It's just not really worth it.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of multitasking, but at least the game tends to auto-function most features. Hopefully when we get the rattlesnake, we can run AI and show that off, and how it interacts. The rattlesnake is not a good ship to run AI on. Because of its drones. I don't have any other mission in here, right? Nope. Okay, let's go back to Foreign.
Autopilot engaged. Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
If I have a fourth character, now a friend has a Nitro. That's funny. Did they pay more or less than you?
We're under attack. We're under attack.
5 billion.
We're under attack. We're under attack.
I mean, integrated fighters are really good, so I get it. Well, get yourself a second one. In case one blows up, you can always have a backup. Dang, that's like half the cost of the one on the market right now. I love that before the patch notes came live, they were like 5 billion as the patch notes dropped. They were like 3.5 billion before the patch notes. Now there's a guy with one on the market for 8 billion. Incredible. I love Epeca's market. It's so funny. It's also the reason why I really like paying attention to the patch notes. Because there's just that off chance that I choose to pick something up before an update goes live, and I can make a ton of money off of it. Yeah.
Fleet warp.
Warp
Yeah.
drive active.
When it's specialty ships like the Nitro and stuff, where they were not very good beforehand, people are not making them, and so they're not being put on the market. And that's why I really like the idea of like an NPC buyer. Something where you can bring items to, like a station somewhere in the system, and sell like raw ore and materials to an NPC buyer. It would really help fix the economy for industrialists. I still need to get my hands on 3 of the shield, the shield ring things for the Lucid Moon. But they're just so darn expensive.
We're under attack. We're under attack. Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack.
Yeah, they are super expensive. I mean, you can't even get your hands on one of these. It's really sad.
Fleet War.
Yeah, I am
Warp
absolutely
drive
waiting
active.
for the next event pass, because that's when I'll get the Lancer Dreadnoughts. I'm a little surprised that we did not get an event pass with, with the release of the new super carriers. Because I feel like that probably should have been an event.
We're under attack.
And it's just like the, that crossover event that we had recently that gave us
Enemy
the
ships detected.
Compass Sentinels and all that. Why was there not an event pass for that? It was only the event before, which I think was the Soaring Dragon event before that, that actually had the event pass. Jeez. It's been like 4 months, hasn't it? They definitely could. I think it's more likely they would release something new rather than re-release something
We're
old.
under attack.
Like, if we got a Cobra equivalent to the Nightmare or the Nestor, that would be awesome.
We're
I really
under
want to see,
attack.
like, what an upgraded version of a Nestor would be.
We're under attack.
Or an upgraded Nightmare. That would be so cool. Ah, which event made you angry?
Fleet War.
Warp drive active.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
We're under attack.
I had the same Enforcer prototype. Yeah, I feel like the people who had the Enforcer prototype should have been given something more special um, to show that they actually had that ship. Because I had one of those on one of my alts, and I said to myself, well, I don't really need to do anything about this. I can't really get rid of this character because I want to keep that ship. But when they changed it over to the normal Enforcer, I just transferred it over to my main account. It was just... It lost all meaning once it went to the normal Enforcer. I'm still waiting for them to make the alpha
Enemy
adjustments.
ships detected. We're under attack.
Yes, it was an absolute pain. I think it took me like a week of doing that event every single day just to get it. And it took like 2 hours every single time to finish the requirements for that day. It was really annoying. I didn't mind the minigame itself, it was just the requirements that were a pain in the butt. Having to make a certain amount of points every day. And then they never brought the event back. Like, they should have kept going with that.
Fleet war.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, they did that because it was actually ruining the market. They did that for one event, and every single bit of flex was bought off of the market. Yeah, good times, right? Until you couldn't buy Omega. There was at least a month of that event where people could not buy Omega because other people had bought every bit of flex off the market,
We're under
boosted its
attack.
price through the roof, and just destroyed the market because of it. Before that event went live,
Shield damage.
Flex was at, it was like 5.5 million ISK per Flex.
Shield
After that
damage.
event went live, it boosted Flex prices all the way up to 9 million. If you could even get your hands on any Flex. It's taken over a year, almost 2 years now, to try to
Enemy ships
lower
detected.
those costs. At one point, I think I saw like 10 million for one flex. It was insane. Yeah, that Golden Age Nanocore
We're under
was definitely not coming back after that event. Like, almost nobody has a Golden Age Nanocore. Or if they do, they've long since left it on a ship that they don't fly anymore. They need to bring back the Interstellar Bazaar with the 50% discounts. Because that was the best way for them to make money.
enemy ships detected.
And I know what their current plan is. They've had multiple events now where everything costs like 6,000 Aurum. And so, if they go and do another Interstellar Bazaar with the coupons, it's gonna make players feel
We're
like
under attack.
they're getting a good deal when they're actually just paying what it should be worth.
Shield damaged.
And so they're trying to trick the player base. At least this is my interpretation of it. They're kind of trying to trick the player base into thinking that these capital ships are worth the 200 something dollars. And when that Interstellar Bazaar comes back through the next time we see it, people are going to buy the living hell out of everything because everything's going to be 50% off. That's just how every corporation has ever worked. They have high prices for a while, and then they have like a discount event for like a week where prices of everything are like 37% off, 25% off, 50% off. So people will buy a bunch of stuff, and then when that event ends, they replace all that stuff with the normal priced new stuff.
Fleet war.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that would buy a nanocore right now for a Lucent Moon for like 3,100 Aurum.
Warp drive active.
Um, I think we're seeing the demand for a Lucent Moon core go up the longer time goes. Which is why we saw the Lucent Moon core in the Soaring Dragon event. But it was like, God, that thing cost like 9,000 Aurum just to try to get your hands on one.
We're under attack. Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
But something also that I've noticed, ever since those gambling laws came into place, we have not seen an Interstellar Bazaar. Yeah, it was like 3,000 Aurum just for a faction battleship sleeper core. That's ridiculous.
Enemy ships detected. We're
I think
under
their
attack.
financial team really needs to look at how they're pricing their stuff. Because I've always been of the opinion that if you lower your costs, where you're still making maybe like a 20% profit, you could end up selling a lot more product and make more money overall than just trying to sell that product at that 120% that a lot of these companies tend to do. For example, if you just look at the cost of getting propane from a vendor to a retailer, the cost of propane in most cases is like $1.80 per gallon. That retailer that fills that propane and sells it is selling it most times somewhere in the $3.60 range. So they're making almost 100% profit on that propane.
Fleet war.
So if you look at Eve Echoes, whatever
Warp
it
drive
costs
active.
the developers per hour to try to develop that, make the art for it, try to balance it, they're probably making like 200 or 300% on these nanocores by this point. And then they can rerun that content constantly if they wanted to.
We're under attack. Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack.
I don't know. I really feel like if they just lower their prices, they are going to see a much larger amount of people buying the product. which could then turn into a constant cash flow and things like that. I'm not saying I'm like a financial wizard or anything, but that only makes sense that's how that would work. Especially on digital content where once they're done developing it, they don't need to continuously charge these exorbitant prices.
Fleet War.
Warp drive active.
I wonder if, with my alphas, when we get to Tech 8 and have the Rattlesnake, if we can manage to do level 10 Dormant Realm 2, it would only take us about 2 weeks to fully afford
Enemy ships detected.
Omega. It's like 2 or 3 weeks to afford Omega, just off of level 10 Dormant Realm 2. And then all of Concord Pass every month is another, I think we calculated like 750,000. So we could theoretically be able to afford quite a few ships very quickly once we get Tech 8 and Tech 9. Yeah, not as an alpha, it would be an Omega at that point. Because we have to be Omega to access Tech 8
Enemy ships
and the Rattlesnake.
detected.
But I think it would be possible, almost as soon as we enter Tech 8. Yeah, it should work if we go full tank, which is what I would do. There's no need for rattlesnakes to have DPS in Dormant Realm 2, other than just to clear out things a little bit quicker.
Fleet War.
Warp drive active.
The Rattlesnake would very easily carry us from Tech 8 to Tech 10. Which means all of that ISK that we're generating in the background will go straight into just
We
profits.
are under attack. Enemy ships detected.
Yeah, absolutely. It's likely that when we do our Dormant Realm Mondays, I will also be doing the Dormant Realm carries on my alphas. So that way we have like 2 or 3 hours of level 10s that we can do.
Enemy ships detected.
Or if I have enough people looking to do Dormant Realms, we could make 2 separate days. Yeah, yeah. That's definitely something we can do together. I was actually pretty impressed in both of our ships being able to two-man the Dormant Realm 410. I did not expect it to go that smoothly.
Fleet War.
Warp drive active.
But I do have to at least get to Tech 8 so we can start doing Dormant Realms on the Alphas. Dormant Realm 4 is not hard to learn. It's just it's literally just a DPS test. And a tank test. There's no weird little things stopping players. yeah, whenever you're ready, Azim, feel free to join. Yeah, 3 is definitely the harder one to complete and to manage. And it's only because that damn Nestor doesn't have any way to heal itself. If they had put a proper tank on that Nestor, it would absolutely live. And then it would just be a DPS test. Otherwise. Yeah, placement in DR3. The only way I could get my bodyguards to do level 7 was to have each one start going toward wherever they're gonna end up.
We're under attack.
But after that, I just don't have any way to save the Nestor. Dormant Realm 3-8 ends up being the absolute bane for the Phoenix bodyguards.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah. I'm surprised that the grappler does not work on it. Oh good, there's a Myrmidon in this. Myrmidon. Yeah, it definitely takes more time. That's one of the many reasons I really like Dormant Realm 4, is because when you have all 3 of my characters plus Jinner, it takes like 4 minutes to complete it. Where in Dormant Realm 3, you're looking at like a 20-minute run.
We're under attack.
Yeah, Dormant Realm 2 and 4 are absolutely the fastest.
Fleet rule.
Nice, that was a good mission to get 2 million.
Warp drive active.
So, I've already drank like 4 cups of espresso with a shit ton of sugar in it in the time that I've been live here. and I really want more. And I really should not.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah, caffeine doesn't seem to do a whole lot to me anymore. I still get more talkative than usual, but I don't get the shakes, I don't get bouncing off the wall,
Enemy ships detected.
but I definitely get more talkative.
We're under attack. We're under attack.
Okay, that character is done with its missions.
Fleet warp.
Well, I still need an answer on whether or not the the swarm
drive
carrier
active.
module actually works on fighters. That's the only thing holding me back. Because if it does not actually work on fighters, then it's going to be a long time to swap them up into lightweight ships. I mean, we're talking a year plus before they can be put into lightweight ships. Maybe like 6 months at best.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah, so I'm not in a hurry with them. Yeah, because all this time, I'm also training my alphas.
Shield damage.
Which means I cannot do any training on my omegas.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
It's just another reason why I need to get into Tech 8 and start doing Omega related things. Because it's just holding back my main characters right now. Which isn't a bad thing since they're in a good position right now. Between being able to do Dormant Realms every Monday and things like that, so they're not taking that big of a hit. But I would like to be able to show off other content within the game, you know?
Fleet war.
Does anyone remember what the time
Warp
limitations
drive
on Omega skills are? Is there a limit if you have 2 characters training Omega on the same account? Yeah. So, like, if you have an alpha training skills, it's only, like, up to a week of skill training that they can do. And if an Omega on that account is doing any skill training, the Alpha cannot do it. If the Alpha is doing skill training, the Omega cannot train. I don't know if there's a limitation on 2 Omegas, though,
We're
on the same
under
account.
enemy ships detected.
You know, I've kind of missed just running missions back to back. I've been so busy with, like, Dormant Realms and just doing Concord Pass, I've really, not paid a whole lot of attention to just running missions.
Fleet War.
Warp drive active.
73%. 9 million out of 12 million. 74%. And 78%.
We're under attack. Enemy ships detected. Enemy ships detected.
So we are currently just about 70 days away from Tech 8. Yep, take care, Aizen. Be safe. So I was pretty right on my calculations. About 2 months away from Tech 8.
We're under attack. Fleet War.
Warp drive active.
Ooh, good bounty tick.
We're under attack.
So 2 missions left. This one and one more. And then we'll see what kind of income we've made for today. So if you have any, like, suggestions on what you want to see me do in Tech 8, for example, like what ship you want me to fly of all the faction ships, just let me know in the comments. Because right now our current lens is looking at the rattlesnake, but we can also do almost any of the other faction battleships. Anything under like 3 billion, pretty much, or under 3.5 billion. Can't fly super carriers at Tech 8. No. If I was fully tanked, yes. But no. Not in their current form. I would have to replace all 3 of these modules with, I believe, 2 reds and a damage control in order to survive that.
Enemy ships detected.
I think we might even have to replace the damage rigs with something for tank. I'm not sure about that though. Maybe the damage rigs are fine. Yeah, I will say it's nice having some high-sec carriers. I'm just waiting on some high-sec events to come through.
Fleet Warp.
Warp
Okay, this is
drive
our
active.
last mission for today. I hope you all have enjoyed coming along for the ride and chatting about just about everything. As always, I want to thank you all for being here. It's been really awesome. You guys always give me some kind of idea on what to do or what to
We're
look
under
for.
attack.
Knowledge that I don't have. And I can't thank you enough for your support.
Enemy ships detected.
We're still going to be live for a little bit longer while we finish this up and then start going through our bounties. Just to see how much we've made today. I know we've made more than what we have in the past, which is good. In the past we were making somewhere in the 1.7 million for bounty tick. Right now we're at 1.8 to 2 million per bounty tick. So I'm happy with that.
Enemy ships detected.
I have no idea what I'm going to refer to the alphas as once we make it to Omega. We've been calling them alphas for so long. Maybe we just call them the grinders.
Shield damaged.
Alright, that was our final mission of today. Let's go ahead and head back to Perimeter.
Autopilot engaged.
The Lancers.
Warp drive active.
I don't know, it's kind of gotta encompass their journey as well. I know I'm gonna have to start changing the name of this series
Warp drive
to
active.
Tech 8 to Tech 10. Since we'll be Omega at that point.
Warp drive active.
You're looking at it. The Prophecy is the best alpha ship that you can fly. Even without skills, the
Destination
Prophecy
request
will
accepted.
output more DPS and more tank than any other alpha ship that you can fly. Like, we don't even have the drone skills. Nope. Even the Gila, which I did actually compare this to, the Gila gets about 50 to 100 less DPS than the Prophecy. And it doesn't get the same tank. Because the Gila's tank is locked behind advanced skills. So you don't get that command ship bonus. Yeah. It's locked behind the Advanced Cruiser Command. So you don't even get the tank. Yeah, it'll get the 200% medium drone damage. But let me go to my... After this, let me go to my, suite. Okay, 1.6, 1.8, 1.7, 1.8, 1.9, 2, and then we had 2 and 2, and 1.8. So we started today at 692, we are up to 732. So we made about 30 million on this character, 40 million, 50 million, yeah, about 40 million on this character. And let me get Suite pulled up here. Okay, let's go to our fitting tool. So here's the prophecy that we have. You'll see 420 DPS. We're at like 475. Um, high slots, fit all, missiles, medium. I can't remember if I wanted medium rapids. I think I wanted medium rapids on this thing. Mark 7 Caldari Navy. That's the one we want. Mid slots, we don't need anything there. Low slots, weapon upgrades. We're gonna go with the same idea. What are we using here? That drone. And I need to remove 2 of these. What do I have on here? And what drones am I using? Prototype hammerheads. So that's full DPS. Actually really good. I think I know why it's showing what it's showing on the prophecy. So like I said, really good. It's actually showing more DPS now. Which is good, because previously it wasn't. Defensive rings. Shield. Where are you? I think it would be capacitor safeguard I would run on this. CCC 3s. Where are we at? 31 cap stable, good. Low slots. Shield booster. So really not bad. Yes, that's right. Let me see that. That should fix it. Yes. So it's still going to show more DPS. Which is good, because it should show a little bit more. But when you're looking at tank, we're at 21,000. Just for our armor. Check my lows, make sure they're the exact same. And actually I have that I need to replace these with. Damage control, nope. Yeah, those have 426. Yeah, when you're considering Let's find the market right now. When you're considering 189 million versus almost a billion. And I mean, there's a pretty good damage difference. I will give it that. I still need to swap out the large drone, the medium drones though. Prototype hammerheads. I mean, for every upgrade I've done from the basic Alpha Prophecy that I had there, now we're at like 500. That's at 584 with less tank. No command burst either. Yeah, this is with the command burst active. Without the command burst, you're at 18 versus the 21. So, like, I don't know. Nahil is a great ship, but when you consider the price and the performance difference, I mean, you don't even get the resistance bonus as an alpha. If you were going Omega, then absolutely you would probably go with the Gila in most cases. Let's change character then. So Gila, with max skills, you're outputting 1080 DPS with actually really good tank. Versus the Prophecy with max skills. I mean, 31,000 EHP. Oh gosh. With the command burst, 26 without, and you've got 200 more DPS. Even then, it's kind of hard to choose the Gila as a high-sec ship when it's only got that, compared to a ship that's only costing you 200 million. I don't think they've loaded the database for the implants yet. That's too bad. You also don't get a command burst on the Gila. Command burst makes a huge difference. Like, if we're not... I don't know. It's a good ship, though. I just think the Prophecy is... I just think the Prophecy is better for that overall tank to DPS. With the fit that I've got, I'm getting 400 per second. Oh. Okay. Let me check that. Hmm. Not really sure where you find it. Under biology? Oh. Implant list. Gotcha. Oh, I'm only seeing the advanced implants. Oh gosh, not level 130. Max skills. Implant. There we are. So 1,200. 1,400. Still, it works. I'm glad that actually is here now. 0 passive. That would be the tactical defense implant then. I just don't think it's worth that. Yeah, it's definitely a work in progress, but it did actually calculate the extra DPS. So that's good. But for an extra 700 million ISK, it's just not there. I mean, we'd have to be looking at the Gila doing like 200 or 400 more DPS than the Prophecy to choose a Gila in high sec. In a defensive scenario, the Gila is going to win, I think, in a full defense setup. But you don't need that in high sec. Not unless you're doing labs. But if you're doing labs, you might as well be in a battleship. Let's have a look at making our Tech 8 rattle. Where'd you go? We're probably not going to have an implant right away. I don't know what to choose here. Whether it be the rapid or the regular. And I'm only feeling like that because I want to use these that we got from the event. $50, $60, $70, $80, $90. That's basic 90 kilometers I would have with that thing. It's not even worth having the missiles on there at that point. Maybe I just fit the large missiles anyway for level 2 Dormant Realm. We're definitely going to be putting on C-types. And we're definitely going to be going for, like, a better thing, but right now I'll just have that drone amplifiers. How many slots do we have here? 7? So I need to take, like, 2 or 3 of these off. Yeah, that would work. These are similar to sniper guards. Yeah, it would help. But it's not going to help that much because those things take forever. Let's just go with Dark Halo, because that's what I'm going to have with drone damage. And probably inertia. I don't know if I'll be able to get to this one. But assuming I do, C-type. 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 Probably a damage control. If I can afford an all-around, we're gonna go for an all-around. Drone rigs. There we are. Speed. With 1 EM. Yeah, no, this should easily do level 10 dead space. I mean, we're looking about the 3000 DPS range. Fairly cap stable without with everything running. Like, if I turn that off, I'm pretty much completely cap stable. What do I even run on here? A Nosferatu. Probably Imperial Navy. Probably, like, a Web of Fire. Just a Caldari Navy, that'll be fine. And then a tracking target painter. Alright, 380. With this kind of a fit. If I was to take off the low slots, 1.1 million, I would have 3 more low slots I can deal with. Which means I would want like 1 more red, a yellow, a cap battery maybe. Shield. Maybe an extender would be good. With the damage control, we'd be at 1.69 for Dormant 2. But we've only got like 2,500 DPS. about 2 million if I go full defense rigs. Still cap stable. And that's if I have the Nosferatu on. Fairly cap stable at that point. When that thing runs out, though, we're only at about 600,000 EHP. That would put us over 2 million with the damage control. That could work. I think that could do the T10. Or the level 10. Maybe I choose to do most of this setup here. I don't know if the shield bonus is worth it. It looks like it's worth it. I mean, we're essentially getting like 3,000 shield per second between our shield recharge and our shield booster. And it's fairly cap stable without the... Well, that is, yeah, without the Nosferatu. With the Nosferatu, we are really cap stable. I wonder if instead of the extender, I go with another shield booster as a backup. And now we're looking at 4,500 HP per second. Definitely not cap stable, but for 6 minutes running as hard as we could, or almost 4 minutes without the Nosferatu, running as hard as we can. That's probably worth running the double armor repair, or shield repair. Shield booster. And when the damage control is active, we're essentially getting like 13,000 EHP per second with the double shield boosters. I mean, yeah, it's extraordinarily tanky, which is what I would need in Dormant 210. I just don't know if this DPS is gonna do it. See, what I see what's his face doing is a Raven Navy. I think he's running V-types on everything. I need 4 ballistic controls. What? I'm pretty sure he's using activation time. So, like, I don't know. I don't know why this turned into turrets, but essentially he'd be getting like 8,000 DPS. This might be the fit I go with, because I like the the defensive fitting on it for the Dormant Realms. So I don't know. We'll see. I think we will leave it here. So thank you all so much for joining me. I've had a lot of fun just chatting about everything and what's going on with the alphas. We talked a lot about like what our future plans are and how close we are to Tech 8. And I can't thank you enough for being here and just hanging along for the ride. Yep, I'll have a look at your fit after this. Yeah, you're a passive fit. Is that what you use in Dormant 210? Or is that just for your level 10 missions that you've been doing? Only Dead Space, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure how that would work in Dormant Realms. Yeah, with somebody else on top of my 3 ships, it would be just fine. I don't know enough about how much tank is actually required to survive Dormant Realm 2, but I've seen high DPS, minimal tank, and I've seen high tank, minimal DPS. I just don't know what's going to work for me. So thank you all so much for joining me. I have a Discord that you can join, as well as a YouTube. The YouTube is Orion Ikeoa, and you can find a link to my Discord on Twitch and YouTube. It is meant for everybody, whether you're Tech 1 or Tech 10. Just come on in, talk about what you're interested in, and discuss your fittings or what you're doing. I love it. I cannot thank any of you enough for how much help you've been, and I'm trying my best to try to get more characters up to speed so we can do more Dormant Realm theories at a higher level. So please wait for me. I'm going to do my best to try to get as many people helped as possible as a sort of thank you to the community that has been following me so well. So thank you all so much, and I will see you on the next one. I may do a stream tomorrow, I'm not sure. It's a 50-50 right now. I will see you all on the next one. Take care and be safe.